worn by elements, guards the depot. All the traps.
Our tenant, the policeman. What more do you want to know about that poor girl? I don't know.
It's a peninsula.
You'll never find her, you know.
I wouldn't worry about that, ma'am. We are persistent.
Yes, it's going to be too.
A failed electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time. You see, a slogan used to intertwine with the loop. Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are failed electrical. Failed electrical, you only... There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward... Indeed, somehow you knew it was here. An urban ruin, gutted by looters that once you...
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical ruin over there, or in that boat shack, in that church tower, maybe.
Why single out this one building? Suddenly, all is quiet. The ruin in front of you is trying to talk to the city something.
How do we? She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always... An adventure awaits. An adventure, buckle up and raise your collar. This search is going to be wet. The once bright mural towers above you. Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure. In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the...
She's down there.
Okay, why? So, how do we get in there?
Finally, my time to shine.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. A rusty ladder leads.
Yeah, that doesn't...
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground, and you're 180? Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismount. What if you were to do something more? What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder?
Teleportation is not a thing. This really has nothing... Oh yes, it could hurt. A lot.
All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it, like...
No, not like a regular person. The wind at the top of the building starts...
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been...
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim.
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that. After you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe, possibly a storm drain. It was easy to miss. Yes. It's cool to risk your life climbing rickety ladders. Anyway, let's investigate these passages.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. The plaque reads, K.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
half a century. This was probably part. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most...
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case. Millions of depictions of Mazov have been... You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled.
Years worth of... Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains stick into the frayed skin of the fingertips. And oh... There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing.
No, what do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints. No.
It's not a quib. The situation...
Looks like our suspect. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pine...
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock... Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Yes. There won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for... You're right. However corrupt he may be, nothing happens in Martinez without him now.
In this case, we can't afford to be squeaky clean.
You think we should finish running it now? Maybe you're right. It might not be as useful later.
It's a minor point. Don't worry too much about this. There are bigger fish.
Okay, why not? Whatever goes down might also affect her.
Not closely enough, you suspect. But still, good idea to visit her.
You mean Morel? I don't see how...
If it gets that tense, the amateur zoologist might not be able to do that.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can...
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars?
I wouldn't be so sure. You have...
Or maybe not. Either way.
You're back. Of course. I am sorry to have been the best. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of...
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality. What is?
What world? The only one.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
Great bodies of water, forest-covered surfaces, clusters of light. There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean. Elysium. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Oh, you want a picture of the world? Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't...
ORG. Occident Revachol Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific... Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you.
You seem to be spooked. They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothing. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite but this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together. You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very... See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world.
The cold seeps into you. Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on... The lieutenant observes you both, silently.
The Pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else. I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. Let's continue with something else, all right? You can ask about anything else in the world. Anything.
You could sneak back, later, when the lieutenant is not here, unless you can convince him to step aside. Good idea. Just ask him.
Fine.
See?
Are you sure you're sure? Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between... Isola is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the... Windy, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this is an oceanic isola. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Achromatic, odorless, featureless.
The negation of being.
That's right. The negation of being. No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. Imagine a grey coronal mist. Cold vapor, marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge. The most disco thing you will ever see.
You hear your pulse rise. The air feels caustic and cold suddenly.
It's difficult to describe. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension. Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from... But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost. Extensively. Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology. Maybe history even.
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue. It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers.
It's more for her. Way more.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained.
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well.
Yes. Carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job.
You should ask the Pale driver about this. See what she says.
Up to my gills, officer.
An acidic smile on her lips. It's getting worse every year.
Entreponetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E Solar. It was not.
There are signs of pretermodern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. So, nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter. And What do you think, Detective? Oh no, Detective. It's not. One of the few measurable effects of An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, I suggest you do the same. It doesn't look like you're doing the same. The suggestion was meant in earnest, Detective. Yes, sweet reality. Is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything? Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
Your ailing constitution, sweaty forehead.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then... I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, you have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have...
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown?
Good luck, Detective. You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Is there anything else I can... Oh? Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something...
All the traps are stopped now, and still no sight of the...
Right to work! free flow of...
Don't talk to him any longer. Just leave. The man's breathing steadies. The woman is still...
Huh? What is it? What? You hear?
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to it.
Some of them are the Monozov's land,
A terrible cold comes over her.
the Transcatholia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas do Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds... Irmao. I already. And what is that?
Great. He asked the Pines rep about the bail. And now... Fine then. Just try not to black out again. And don't contemplate. We don't have time for that. That is exactly what I didn't want you to think.
No offense. Seems like a bit of an idiot.
Republica. A filterless cigarette from Mesk.
Neither is spelled transportation. Life is transitory. Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Segúreme, Paraíso. You're the smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot. In the motor park. The roses on the day of Franco Negro's coronation. On the grand stairs of Ryle. The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My hand in my father's hand. Except I never had heroic doses, Herifia. Thought insertion, dithering. The Grad Catala Magistral. It's more than dangerous when you've seen it all go away like that. Rolling off like this. What are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor. Like looking into the ocean. You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than any... Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, it's like autumn. Dark, gray, and orange. The orange...
Nostalgia. Cooped up in the cabin, shaking.
In the belly of an airship, behind the steel windows. So you don't look straight into it. No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting.
The wheels all small and round. Multi-axle
Yes.
No elaboration.
They say there is a point. One that I have not crossed. In the Pale, super deep. If you stray too far, of course, on the youth, it's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale. Maybe you've been down the motorway south. It's a story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Tarife, not pale drivers. Way beyond the established pale that's lit by and dark, and the process begins. Erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. The motorway south is a road you cannot... No one knows what's at the end. I've only felt it in the distance, when I was a child. A child rowing on the lake. Josiane.
There is nothing more to do now. She is receding in the clutches of some indescribable scattered emotion. A child.
You've fried both your brain. Let's...
Hello, dear. Thank you for... Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm sorry, dear. You've had to...
Her voice is shaky. What?
Morel will eventually.
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud.
No, you don't have to do...
Be real. Gary is not going to help with this.
That really is too...
Very strange. Why is she not letting you do this? It's like she's given up.
different. How? I'm not. It's a strange feeling. Do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your...
Hunching her shoulders now. She seems even...
Seeing the Insulindian phasmid was just a story I used to tell people. I didn't really think about... Morel's so proud of it. He always tells everyone. No, sweetie. There's more to it than that I'm some queen of the crypt. But now, we're both getting old and he's still working himself.
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything. An acorn is not the same as the tree. That requires time, diligence, and...
But it is. We've spent years searching for the phasmid, hunting it together. Without it, what are we? If I hadn't led him down this path, he could have a steady job.
You know, this reminds you of the Pericanassian theory of love. In essence, love is a relay out of death. Generation by generation, our love remains in our progeny. Lay some of that on her.
Oh, sweetie. I was a paraplegic before we met. He didn't know before I arrived.
She has to swallow to relax her throat. It's keeping her from talking.
I've wasted enough of your time. What you have to know is the Insulindian...
Are there? Some of the other things are pretty bad.
I'm not sure of anything. Sometimes I still see it, you know. Either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever, and I need to get him home to Jamrock. before we overstay our welcome with gas. Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own. This old thing is gas-powered.
Really?
Oh, sweetie. Please don't get stuck on a drink. Okay, it's 1113 Tabernacle Road. Jamrock, but... Why, sweetie?
A waste of time. A fool's hope. Like that, she drives off. The gas engine putters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open.
We should go to...
Somewhere out there, a kilometer to the southeast, a gust of wind shakes the felled building.
Again? I can't.
The trap is full of locusts, but they seem... Your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance.
as she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio. No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN freak blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
That boy's really gotta learn to keep his A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few.
So, what we are experiencing is
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that, at the upper limit, is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing...
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break it.
I built it myself.
that's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented.
Oh yeah. Way beyond. No. Once I shut down the compressor... Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
If you've got something really... God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised. So nice. That's one knife This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25...
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped... Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, I knew the kitten had claws, but she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? My boys? What is this? Oh, doesn't even matter. How can they be my boys when they're not even my friends? Those guys liked me and know it. How the fuck did the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same. Like what? I already told you I did...
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my... So now I'm leaving revolutionaries. I never did understand why. No, I did not. I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't... Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of... I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they... Yeah, and I'm sure they also made some... Can't do either without some power of...
No one takes 50.
Look, fuck you, man.
She speaketh truth.
And? Sure don't.
Agreed?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
The gun. Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, not that... No, they're not practical. Break too often. Yeah, evidence. So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust... Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking? That's your prerogative. Man, it's to get away from all that murder...
She deliberately avoided naming the mob.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
There's a sinister note in her voice, even with the gun and the compressor.
Yeah?
More questions before doing anything.
How should I know? As I...
Those rings around her eyes.
Police radio?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room. He was still warm, with the bluish light coming through the broken window.
She eyed.
It's okay.
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boy. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So, no, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc...
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Fake it.
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got... She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while... Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to... And potentially bring attention to herself? No. Besides, the shot was made from a distance.
She's right. No one mentioned him, but even if this is true, weren't you worried this mention might lead?
War? The thought crossed my mind, but...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they... I saw you roll into town.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop.
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Oh, fucking me.
Fucking hell. And why me? You hear? It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm...
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with a disco...
All of this just means that you're effective. I don't know. Sounds pretty convincing to me.
Right. Sure. You don't know. I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain. You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? Now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
She's not going to change her mind that. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway? Sure you do. I bet they're just outside waiting. I guess I'll take my chances.
She'll go out in a hail of bullets if she...
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had two guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either. One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right?
No idea who these people are, literally.
Well, this has been a great...
She needs it. You better make your move soon. The violent white noise becomes even more overwhelming closer to the command.
There. I told... Look, I know this isn't very fun.
She knows about the tribunal.
Tribunal is an awfully fancy word for what they're going to do. But now they're going to put on a show before meting out punishment. And you, watch out for yourselves. You seem to have a habit of... I'm asking myself that right now, too. Anyway, I'm guessing you don't...
If one hornet can kill 40 honeybees,
A third.
As I said...
The pain is becoming unbearable now.
What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one's been...
Keep calm. Breathe in.
Glad to have been a...
The woman runs past you and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
All things considered, it could have gone worse. No, I don't...
It's too late now, anyway.
Now we have to come up with a really good excuse for why we walked right her tent. Maybe there's some...
The plain red tent. It was pitched by practiced. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness, it reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in...
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. You pocket the worn brown leather.
We should read this in...
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone... It's made of full-grain leather. Schneller is a stationery brand from... She's got good taste and must have taken whatever she... The journal falls open. About the large cursive of... Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections. All dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from...
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes.
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent one. Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the... The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back. She is referring to betraying her previous employer. Does this suggest that name isn't meant? Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre? M. Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? The call? Did M call her person? Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when up. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people. They'd take measures to protect themselves. The entry ends abruptly. The most recent, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder.
It looks like she might have been framed. I wouldn't go. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be... No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure. The head of a major Jamrock gang, specializing...
He's not 100% sure you're not indebted to this very, very bad person.
Could have been Titus. Then again... Maybe there's a Hardy boy we've yet to meet, who acted... One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags.
Wasteland of reality. Congrats, you're sober. It will take a while for your body to remember how to metabolize anything that isn't sugar from alcohol. So you're going to be pretty ravenous soon. Eat plenty. You can expect your coordination and balance to improve in a couple of weeks. In 2 months, you might start sleeping like a normal person. Full recovery will take years, though. It'll be depressing, and it'll be boring. Don't expect any further rewards or hand claps. This is how normal people are all the time. Stop. Just up at... What you have isn't enough. Your Kvalzun KR2 multi-tool looks impressive, shining in the cold spring light.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking...
Put your damn gun down.
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loin...
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and...
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down...
Easy, Lizzie. Let...
Peaceful.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse.
Fuck, she was right. That must be the third merc.
This third one, he is the most... The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to... The Mercenary Tribunal.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now...
Pig fuck!
Oh, people are gonna die today.
No one is going to kill anyone.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. You really should have a gun in your hand by now. No, it's okay. Soften him up and trust the others to attack if it... I'm barely keeping you together here. This is it. If you talk to him, peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move.
Oh yeah, that's rude. Rude.
All of you cunts inside out.
The gunner, the raddest, the killer. What do you think he...
There, on the rim of Owen Clerven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21. About 50 little stick figures. All of them black. These men served in Seminai. The two little white figures in the end are from when they moved to Revachol. They're recent.
That's right.
T, that's... T.
Yeah? Who did that? How fucking...
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. is about to draw.
You think I'm fucking stupid? How about the kid? Tell me.
Listen, please.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said, we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud. In
You're lying.
a Kiel Model 40 revolver.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Liars.
The shot rings in your ears. Alone, the young woman stands and looks behind her.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said he was...
That doesn't sound good. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call. All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Pops, you have no idea about the rights Crenell extends to us. If I fuck and kill you, no one's going to give a shit about...
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something.
Who the fuck?
Glacia, the woman upstairs, where is she?
She left!
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
She left! Her room's cleaned up!
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just...
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one! You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Now is not a good time to strike. He's looking right at your hands. Do something else. Get him distracted.
Fucking waste this fuck!
Of course, nothing bad will happen. Talk about his dead friend. He seems stable enough to take.
Don't fucking...
Okay, yes.
Yes. So what? Nah. I'm clear as day.
Enough already! What's it?
Interrupt me again, and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal. What's that, loincloth? I can't...
Shit, this is it. Tell him anything. Tell him you have more information.
Rude. Kill him.
The porcelain man raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His hands are steady, and the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. An Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you. The shot rings in your skull. Something violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards with incredible force. A volcano of burning pain. The pain flows over your entire body like an awful shock. A grim knowing.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in. Then, 2 shots ring, and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see who got hit. Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds, an unbelievable shot from the lieutenant. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His man... Here it comes. Death. You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower... The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by...
You're bleeding out. Stay with me. You hear me? Stay awake. Look at me.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy. Scream immediately. He's gonna die. No, you scream. Behind you, from... There is no room for hesitation.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not and rotting and being disinfected.
He can't go. Not before the... There is a radio in the distance. A radio...
Hours turn to days. Soon we will...
The engine of a Caprice Canema.
No, it was him. He is the infernal...
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double. Then...
Sunrise, Parabellum. What happened? We tried to take the diplomatic route and hoped they wouldn't. As retaliation, the rifleman shot you. He hit with his carabine. I was looking for a clip.
He sounds a tiny bit sorry. He did not find it.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in the hospital yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name, they are all that's left. Yes, you were bleeding out by then. You warned me. I was able to disarm Cortana before he got the jump on me. I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened. Five. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, Angus, the fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Titus. Yes. This is the one. He's in a private hospital across the river. Crenel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured.
There is unveiled anger in his voice.
We won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some damage. All. Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has
Pretty bad, officer. You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The bullet passed. The second shot hit you in the thigh, the left quadricep. We will see.
You won't be able to dance much, that's for sure. You should be able to live with limping around, though.
Not very. I have a concussion from... Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I didn't... No. I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site. I'm sure they're worried about you.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried.
I don't know. I did. It's part of a detective's task chain.
Actually, you can. You can even remove a fractured bullet, it seems.
Easy now.
Your balance is way off.
How are you? Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Efrater. Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. Yes, we have also completely failed, but that's okay. I honestly don't know. We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in... Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps... Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have... Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up. I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies.
That does make some sense.
What? Every piece of garbage...
He's wrong.
Okay. We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else? It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around from the war, all completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is that makes that bullet...
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
I'm listening. I'm ready to hear what you think about solving crimes now. Really?
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
No. Are you ready to limp? Good.
The lieutenant did mention also, it's just close enough to enjoy.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through.
These papers bear the stamp of the art.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night. It would have been easy were it not for my concussion.
Next to the stack of bills. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill it.
A gift. It's hard. I am not drawing my gun.
He says he's not, but his hand moves. Just don't walk into another radio trap. You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of the island in the bay.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point. She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet...
She had a long time to think about it.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. I find that hard to believe. But at this point, what difference does it make? So it is.
For a second he seems tired. He doesn't really believe this will yield anything. The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
Not a lot, no. Okay, let's go to the fucking island. How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place. Defended maybe putting it a bit generously, though. I had a great view of you doing nothing to stop those psychopaths. I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports... Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. I don't remember everyone who comes here, and... Yeah, I was, yeah. That's because I'm a badass. Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking.
He means it. It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself.
No problem.
Hi again, gendarme. Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Well, here's to you. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Seeing you approach.
Oh, it's you. Didn't think we'd see you walking anytime soon.
Huh?
Our condolences for your losses.
Does he...
He does not. While still alive.
He wasn't. That's the thing. Titus, Theo, Dennis...
There's nothing left.
This is a broken man. He probably feels that he should have been able to protect the others somehow. And now he feels guilty for not dying with them.
The eyes looking back to you from... He said, thank you.
That shit ain't helping anyone, asshole. The fuck you want with us anyway? What's gonna happen to the Hardy boys? Look around you, man. Look, what do you want from us? Damn son.
And you...
God said she took off some...
She's gone. Face it.
Yeah, you too. Both of you. We shouldn't have fucked with you like we did. You got between us and a lot of bullets in that fight. Matt.
That's kind of you to...
I will.
A sharp pain shoots up your side and in... The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Scar.
Looks like it, yes. And blood.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable? You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there, you know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better.
Officer. Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the prick is gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade.
Hell, most likely. He would have liked that. Violent lives ending violently. That's how he wanted to go. His hungry little heart finally gave.
Wait, did he push himself to prove he can pull his weight and doesn't?
Guess he was about to head home. 'Cause sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. No. Only
he has doubts. But right now,
I repeat, an absolute. The only people who could stand to be and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love it, we've hated each other our. Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. I took them for myself.
Strange how old cunt sounds almost gentle when.
Yes.
It is what it is, but I just don't know anymore. About anything really. But you, René, wasn't.
Of course he didn't. Flowers are for pansies.
That's their old name. There were many reasons, but mostly, I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies were just another piece of the whole Insulinde. The royalists had to surrender to the Mazovian insurgents. Yes? What about?
Yes.
He did. I just don't know.
Teacup? Oh, because of the ceramic armor. Clever.
Limping down the street. Cool. That's cool.
Start with a little
Oh.
Because
Oh, I like expeditions. And
it's just like
corruption.
Man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive? Man, what a day. I missed. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle behind it all. Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you. But hey, you're still breathing, right? Fuck it. I'm a bad guy now. There's things more. We are what we are. Shoot. Sorry, man. Didn't mean it like that. Okay.
Is it wise to share information about the case like this, sire? What are you doing? The lieutenant throws you a quick glance.
Oof, good on her. And she didn't do it. Believe me. If it's something.
He's relieved.
All right. That's enough sharing details.
Boyadero stares at you with...
Yet you live. Hiding, gathering themselves. No, man.
He says it matter of fact.
Time will tell. I'll tell Everard you drop. I'll be okay here, doing lookup. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. I'm sure I'll be luckier than you, friend.
Everyone says you started clap. Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno.
Feels good for some reason.
Watch out, pig. It's a dangerous... Who knows?
The trap is full of locusts. Poor things.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope though I suppose you took the worst out. I'm not sure
Then we'll be ready for them.
Officer, what happened? Is this from the shooting in town? We heard
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guillet.
So you're a killer? That's good, I guess. Better than be... Hi. I guess you are. Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relatives. If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull.
Of course.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eye.
Nothing. Just ruins. Used to be some kind of...
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with Ethan.
That's cool. You boasting your bacterial infection like that.
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies.
This must be one of them.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins,
God forbid they bring the girl along.
Can we maybe ask you?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out. Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small...
The scruffy-haired little...
And that iron... That's, nothing. And we make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather...
bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war.
I don't know what these are. They're alive. The fire...
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. They must mean a human being on that island.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Because he asked to put the fire out. I don't know. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke.
I don't know.
Did you mean the...
Yes. No, he doesn't live. No, he lives there. He doesn't live there.
Anything else?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there. Our father didn't say that. He didn't. I don't know. Doesn't even have...
The two things are unconnected. Your question...
There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on the...
A skiff with a small... Once you get in, that's it. Have you made all the necessary preparation? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
What? Fine.
SAD FM is a radio station specializing in...
Want to be free. Want to be free.
boat comes to a slow in the silence.
Let's go.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the...
Ah, yes, so it seems. For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And
as a defensive measure, locking off that side of the bay.
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. The flock of quail departs. On the islet, there is almost no, like a silent orchestra of great importance to the few who attend. A silent hiss, the faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, a low hum. The air slowly moves through air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. A jitter, a sound impatient to happen, but not yet in this.
Yes? It is. Is that why we are stopping?
The lieutenant nods in. ICM. This feels familiar somehow.
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army.
Sounds an awful lot like.
It does. The RCM may descend from the... It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war.
Nice political thoughts rushed. A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics, with blood dripping down your thigh.
There were all sorts of groups and groupuscules back then. No. And...
With its horns in the sky.
No.
A DeLorean-era symbol.
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift with makeshift. The lieutenant.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. Downstairs, somewhere, liquid carbon, the kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a hollow ring. The canister is empty.
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher. Someone who is basic electrical skill.
The wind outside picks up suddenly. There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
You force the rest of the sentence out.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog you like. You didn't realize how tired you were. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. You feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress, slowly. Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state, off to advise the Queen of Shest, most likely. This is the holy suzerain of Mwindi and Insulinda, definitely not your wife. You need to talk to her. Think of the historical knowledge you could... I don't know, man. What is the Holy Suzerain doing here?
Hey. I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry? Well, don't say that. I know this positive thing sounds stupid to you, Harry, but it works. We all have an obligation to be happy. I'm going to Morova, to live there in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare... Oh, this. This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light.
She looks...
Anyway, I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome.
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions. Is what you want to say, but you don't. Hammers clang in the distance. Children laugh. The light from the video rental casts shadows on the ground. She turns her face, and it's illuminated by it. I can't help you. I'm totally useless. Everything I've said is lies. I want the exact same bad things you want. To stand here.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic show. We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it. That's not what figurines do, Harry.
She looks at the figurines. Don't do anything? Yes, I thought it would be good.
Harry, I don't want things. I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the Headless Fallen Rider back then. It's not, but... I don't know why I said, but that's it, yes. We've talked...
Where in... Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything. Oh yes, she'll come around now. I made her love you. Are you? She's about to say so. Her innocence, Dolores Day, fiddles with the handle. See? I don't understand.
We were bad for each other, okay? I was bad for you. Can you not see I'm bad? It just takes some time. For you, I think it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me too, you know? I used to think I couldn't live without you. But I can.
It's not. It's just not possible. It's like eating rocks. You just can't do it.
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone.
There is. As you talk, it feels like chewing on gravel, granite, steel bars.
What other things? We've been through all the things, Harry. I am actually very ordinary, Harry. Below this gown and this thing you've made me into. I'm sorry for saying so, but I just hate it. What is this? This is so far gone, Harry. I don't even... My lungs do not glow, Harry. I am just like all the others. None of us have glowing lungs. Stop making me into some kind of... It is. And it's making me late for my beautiful, beautiful flight to Morova. Far, far away from you.
All the roads will miss her footsteps when she's gone from here. A completely different world.
It's not. But... I can't answer your other questions, Harry. Not anymore. I have to go. That is very contested by modern historians. You're only saying this because things didn't work out between us. I have to go to the aerodrome now. I don't have time to defend myself from these accusations. You were very bad to me too. We've talked about it like 7 million times now. I don't want to... I have to, Harry. Lies,
sire. She cannot but love you. She has said so 100 times.
No, you don't. You're just being a martyr. And I won't see you, but you will. Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova. Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti-frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago. Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
You're up quick. How was your sleep? Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, halfway covered in blood from your wounds. Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and... Books and magazines, most are soft covers. Serialized fantastique and detective stories from popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin. Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then,
someone's made themselves a home.
Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. The print in some of these is pretty small, though. This person has good eyesight. Soft covers, serialized fantastique, and detectives. Still nothing. You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door.
Another part of the island, probably. Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs on.
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around, getting the blast door open.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cap. The keys rattle like teeth.
The console of an antique computation device. The generator. Possibly. Urgence ouvert.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights.
We need to restore power before using it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
The boat engine.
My kinema.
The consul stands by, mutely. Urgence ouvert reads a dial key. A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off. In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins, reaching islets and posts like stepping stones, lead into the water. Perhaps there's some where it is always smelling of tutti fruit. Maybe you know it's going to hurt. Yes, cold and still. Oh fuck, yes. Go there and no, we're not starting with that. Not now. There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab. Only half.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use, branded name, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Mote.
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front, quite old and grimy. The springs screech as you lean on. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny land. A towering skyscraper, its top floors shake. The red chimney and collapsed back of the four-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window.
What does that mean?
More than that.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere. Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get...
The lieutenant pauses.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it. Where?
He does not answer. He feels uncomfortable.
We should move now.
console is powered off and covered in dust. Nothing happens. The dial slides under the glass. An idea lights up in your head.
This is an air-gapped system. Of air, I think they call it. That won't work. No, I'm not. But it would not be very good military technology if programmer ladies could control it remotely.
This old cylindrical generator. The lieutenant assists you. There's a red starter switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an...
That should do it.
A dim golden glow animates the console.
It's on. Turn.
Automatic boot. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in. A sudden wave of anger.
After you. I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke. An old man, wearing tracksuit trousers, leans on the frame, then spits it out into the extinguished, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp.
It's not. It's a triangong.
Southeast Samaran made, exotic, must be defunct too.
A Samaran rifle.
It was sent.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
I may have.
The position?
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. My eyesight?
A shudder of disgust passes his right.
I did. I should have burned that reactionary rock and roll music.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degen... You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from...
He's right. Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis of the world revolution.
They wouldn't like hearing their name in your mouth. Damn dog. You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of Corus.
The words, I am an enemy commander.
And what rank would that be? A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pedder. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb, he stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without...
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present to be afraid and cold. Real music. Real Brilliant cult. That's La Revacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy.
Marching song.
There you go. In Grad, they sang Brave Children. Fate. How did it go? Something of...
He waves erratically. It was dear to him. He resents forgetting it. His gaze follows your motions. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the rifles in a shabby state. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burned into the wood. Try it.
The right type.
He's liking this. The old man does not answer.
No one said it has to be a Belma.
From ballistics.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanty Shanty.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. Some kind of involuntary response. Something is slightly off with his motorings. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM?
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was a recruit. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here...
51 minus 8 equals 43.
No. I was in a resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound. I was just 16 years old. 15 when you could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second is a reaction to take hold. Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men. It's the same thing. You haven't seen it.
And this what?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon, the combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew. I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunker, airships. I climbed out into hell. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness, and then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death, that the bourgeois are not human. I had to fight it. I had to never stop. How does anyone survive? Supplies, vegetables. I collect rain.
How is your...
I've been throwing up blood since winter.
He does seem frail. Good for his age.
The RCM can provide medical...
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns. I have been running out of that.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted.
It's the little joys. The dark joke. There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. I have 'em. I have holes in my brain. I don't even know what. Inferno? No wonder. All your minds are rotting from the radio waves. I watched the traitors of this city turn the lights back on. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How does any... I've been thrown...
He does.
The RCM can provide medical service.
He looks at you. His face...
It was hard in the tens. I didn't have...
There were...
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated, and others too. Some cordons of Revash. At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right? I know.
So you've been there?
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across. Wait, how did he get down there?
I didn't have to.
Storm drains?
The propaganda bunker. They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. I don't want to. They're all traitors.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
I do. They're good. Plenty of tar. I like...
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. A so-called Lieutenant W. Freighter. You're the RCM. You represent the moralist. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Honor is a feudal atavism. My motive is class. 43 years and 10 months. It's too long. It's not how a human...
What have you...
Hiding, fishing.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home.
Always waiting. For hurt.
Her
girl child. Revolution. Women are more susceptible to bourgeois morals. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back any... It's not an island. What? The congenitally deformed King Philip II coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Kaiyua. Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me, who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow? Iblis. The black-eyed angel. No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideal trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a
The old man.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology. He nods slowly, then another tremor. He looks away to the sea and lets out.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce. I've used it.
Here we go.
It's a gun. That's what they're for. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During...
There is no after the war. Class.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. This is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Go in straight. No. Be careful now. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
I don't want to.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong.
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
The who?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Oh, yes.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederast.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on the gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
Not a lot of guns around that use...
It's a real gun. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask?
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up.
Murder. I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence.
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for... You've been here a long time, Mr. Dras. Too long.
I'm ready to die.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad. Stupid.
The lieutenant looks at you with worry in his eyes.
Intuition is an aberrant psychologism. It reeks of crypto-fascism. Your brain is rotting.
He does not answer the provocation. It does not look like he... But still, somehow you knew it was a communist. Perhaps you suspected it before you took the... The vision was you remembering that. Was it supposed to? The inland sea is dark, vast.
Standing there, slack-jawed, brain...
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybell. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring.
Damn Maybells.
He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even.
So many this year, too? The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Washed. They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our...
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of...
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless... Classier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
With the victim.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked...
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood. Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with him. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth. Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle?
A rifle scope has the best.
Helps him see all the...
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Then you pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never... You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift. For a 60-year-old man with... He's clearly a drug user of the painkiller sort, prone to erratic...
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that. Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like, and I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his...
The caliber of bullet he used does not do that kind of damage.
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building.
Past the Fell building on the...
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag out, her passport, and tickets to Villiers.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden...
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it?
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers.
This implies that also a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
It didn't say Clausia in there. It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. Why would I...
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time.
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those births. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs.
You could tell she was a spook?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur. I have my ways. Not in this lifetime, Dwat.
On her. This one's gone. You're a bad detective. Lazy and bad. Rightly so. Fix this now. Push on extra carefully.
There's...
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly.
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps. Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something. No. I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, the day after I killed him. Yes, I don't know why I do the things I... Maybe, I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for...
A sudden pang of rage.
If you came 10 years ago...
In the silence, the lieutenant draws...
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days. Good for her. That girl kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, at night, crying or smoking on the roof, like she knew I was here.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, cold rain falls on 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and smaller, distant, hidden. Not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water. And across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible. He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out. Day by...
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen? Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
A tragic comedy.
A strange little engine seems to... The familiar put, put, put.
Specifically, the whole city is a chant. Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinet. Pump full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the intense, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on a yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals, every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Coyamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal blood. We did good when we pushed him under the horse car. Until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down it. There was something about a statue and nihilist. Boom boom morons on thin ice. Going under. Those are the tent kids.
Whores. Syphilis is a disease Philippe III contracted and all. The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philip IV, the insane, contracted syphilis in the womb.
That is technically possible, although Philippe...
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why? That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest working-class plastic explosives. And there it is. Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery...
Wait, the bullet hole in Philippe's heart. The statue had... It had to be. He's already proven capable.
I did. A needless, sentimental gesture.
Yes, shameful. So many others to punish over the years. Isn't that true?
The fat union man let them put it there.
He keeps having opinions about the union's leadership.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the man.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the union's top brass.
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe
Edgar.
That mobster Toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, first against the wall with him.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to.
I haven't approached anyone. I hid.
How did he know you?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I was right about one of those things. 20 years ago.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I would have fought. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Let me be here. The ZOC is an
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat?
Again?
Try teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomic.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them. But he's insinuating something. The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water. He acknowledges it. Here we go.
That bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
Bordering on sentimentality, it drips out of him, tempered by something familiar to you. A familiar rage.
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Called in, they say, on the eve of battle.
No.
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her.
No, I guess it was not. She couldn't make the call.
Here it is.
Because she was dead.
Just say nothing.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit. She was going home, waddling, dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was. The ruins are black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal. Heading home to Grand Coron or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build the... Someone shot her. Or maybe the cow just fell.
Another big spike of rage. Different from the...
Nothing changed. Not in the material base. Not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words.
Edgar didn't keep his part of it. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could work. We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment.
A degenerate worker state. Go shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away. I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
The same old freezing hatred.
They were boom imbeciles. At least...
What more is there to say? You've always got something to say.
I don't think now is the time for this, officer.
To no avail.
I saw you. Serves that pigsty right to have them in there. Ghoulish sarcophagus. The ecclesiastes are all pedophiles. Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a... I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. He's that one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging.
He whispers with such predatory hunger.
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around. Place the crosshair.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think. No, don't waste it. Put this better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one. For him. Haven't seen him around lately. Struck. No. I waited too long. I waited too long, and now he's dead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross.
They're all dead now.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands.
All human beings care about each other. And I blew them all. Fuck you. You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and dump.
It doesn't look like he is. Okay.
Glad we talked about what? What? But you said I would be taken to the...
The sum of all the wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within... Do you?
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay.
He's sweating.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
You thought you heard some...
Maybe we could all fit in there. Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
You come back for me? How about I go?
What is this farce?
Lillian. You could ask her, maybe.
This is no harmless old man.
This fucking world. This world.
No, listen. Listen now.
No, it would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
This world? What are you talking about?
The wind is cold. Your skin is crawling suddenly. A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb.
What are you talking about? There's nothing.
The stick insect is over. You feel your legs shaking under you, and your gun hand move to your holster.
See what exactly?
I can see it.
4 simple words, but that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence.
Be very, very careful.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss.
I have absolutely no idea.
You glance over your shoulder. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
We need a foot.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of, I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
You see the insect turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden. Shh. The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air. Nothing changes in the cyclical braying motion of the creature's limbs. They are porcelain white on the inside and reed-colored on the out. Its insect mind is impenetrable to your reasoning. You barely get to take one step. It's blending into...
Where? Where did it go? Looks like it doesn't like to stay out in the open for long. It appears the insect can walk on water, like a water strider.
He shakes his head in silence. An expression...
It's just a blur.
In some kind of strain.
Our suspect's not looking so good. We should... It looks like it has some kind of nest there.
In the reeds, where the phasmid was hiding. This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Iran.
Classia's hidden documents. From the MT boy.
It's Clausia, with short black hair and glasses.
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or... Like a magpie? What?
By now, the lieutenant...
I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr.
A curious octopus would do something similar. Or
An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I see your point. She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer...
Katarzyna Alazia was supposed to be her real name, where Klasia comes from. Remember? God damn it.
No, she lied to us. Her so-called real name was not her real name. Somehow she's managed to lie to us about that too. I don't know, but it's not Katarzyna Alasia. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Mr. Dras?
A light shiver.
He's going into some kind of psycho...
The trembling mouth.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid. Old age and shock. The appearance of the Phasmid in conjunction with...
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir. Nothing. The last...
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
I lost...
He turns his eyes.
He lost the scope. Then this site is a T9.
Silence. You've gotten all you will out of this. No reaction. This is an...
Did you take
There. No reply.
Try something else? We got him back.
The plastic cape, the blacks of his eyes, the strength has all gone out of him. Just frail.
Okay, now, we should think about getting back to the mainland, to get help.
The old man stared.
Old age and... Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the Phasmid, the combined stress. That could be part of the shock.
No risk.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he... I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of...
You will have to be very convincing. The skiff is swaying on...
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently, but for the sound of conversation on the water, you reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought in. What is that? Full AC?
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what... This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
That's right. And you're bleeding.
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's...
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57.
The scene is making even him feel as though he...
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police...
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
Bothered by it? Harry, you're a goddamn cop. They're afraid of you. Actually, are you?
Vic, calm down. Harry, we want to help you. Trent, I believe...
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in... My background is in something else entirely.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now.
Shit, kid. What an interesting moniker.
You. Shit, kid? That's... The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
And people on the street are...
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk. Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and you... And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one...
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Did you? Or did you literally not recognize my face?
Absolutely no idea. 100 years?
Lieutenant, my name is not Horse-Faced Woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. Okay, you're my commanding officer. I really...
That will never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on Earth. He's the reason why the rest of us have to take sensitivity.
Yes, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I never said I wasn't Trent Heilerstein. Mikhail? Mikhail is my son. No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on. Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells? Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit.
I'm technically...
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show. Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol.
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
See? There. He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm G. Bevy. It was going to be funny, but then you really did have brain damage. So not so much anymore.
He sincerely thought it was going to be amusing.
Do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town.
The 41st isn't...
Where have we been? You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die. Oh, you think it was cool? None of us wanted to see the abyss. So we fucked off. Like you told. The bells aren't ringing
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically? Not when you phrase it like that, but I don't think critical theory. I know every...
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
No, not like that. I'm not talking for Hedefort's school here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
He is. He's getting better.
I believe he drank. People...
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out to be... Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunk...
So you don't remember, not...
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That...
What do you mean?
Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people hardwired to the free market.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. No, now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Tequila sunset. Not sunrise because you're almost dead. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of my payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic. Not today, badge.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun. Yeah, you don't have that. Maybe you can philosophize your way out of it.
Upgraded it. I don't care about your weapon mania, Harry. I don't care.
This isn't cause for celebration.
Oh, I would say it's very bad. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Please, put the stolen rifle away before you kill someone.
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
What you've discovered? You let the
We've read the reports, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Oh, well. If she was nice. Or the fact that you're Everclear's little peony now. Doing I don't... Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down. The streets are...
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot, not once, but twice. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. Detective.
It's so much better if he does.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant. You've spent the week with him on this case. On...
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing...
See?
1 week.
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist.
You should yell something.
The RCM consists of policemen of the state that is, so a little discrepant. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea. He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent, and he solved it, near perfectly. In 1 week we have a confession, a murder weapon. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years. A colossal stick insect, 3 meters tall. I know this sounds fantastic, but I'm a 4 times decorated lieutenant of the RCM.
I don't doubt you, Lieutenant. If you say it was the Insulindian phasmid, then it was the Insulindian phasmid. By God, is it...
The killer did not seem to be aware of the phasmid's presence, exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia. He fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
We could order a search. I could get people from EPIS on the island, entomologists, doctors. There must be signs of it in the reeds. If we...
There, you need to make your case now. The floor is all yours. He prepared it well.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM...
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece.
Of course, excuse me,
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this.
Jealousy.
A strange psychosexual fascination. The result of spending all this time in solitude. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that.
I've never doubted you can pull yourself together and work. In bouts. Vows.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever? It will pass. In time.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church. That's great. Anthroponaut is a great new career.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
Female?
You had to...
Incredible.
Not as far as I could see. There were other...
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is...
Bowers are built by males of the species who can't...
Must be robust if it can move a helmet with its...
It could maybe roll it. Like a duck.
Yes, but also reed-colored. Beige and brown.
Incredible. It's a toughie that you don't have a photo. This would look very, very flashy in the papers.
I tried to.
Ow.
We can still work. Cop discovers new species in there. I know a good guy in La Majesté, but only after the École Supérieure people find it.
It needs to be white coats and glassware for this flight.
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but...
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open, in Martinez.
And eyes, too.
Understood.
I would prefer not to partake in anything.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at...
Yes. Fallen through again.
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue.
You're not the only cop in the...
Still, good work with the missing person, detective.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is. Why?
There was a possible witness in there, and it was close to the crime scene.
Of course.
Dodged the bullet there. For a moment, it seemed like you were just wasting time.
Who's Kuno? You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I'm in. I don't want to, but you discovered a new... So I have...
Anything that ends the...
Agreed. The public relations potential...
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
The man looks westward, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry. Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore.
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping. The fact that you don't seem to know what homosexuality...
Also, this guy. And this guy, too. God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
In your 20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself go since then. Yes, you told Jimmy.
The smell of sweat. Kudo is just east of Jamroad.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Assel, the whole thing on the...
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the...
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that.
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you.
You really went with it too.
Dora something. Dora Ingel.
Not Dora Dubois.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol. God, I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way before my time. Yeah, or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Engelon really tore it. Incredibly bangable. She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish.
Snow, pain.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperate.
Look.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
No. You're too unstable to work for my boss. You're suicidal.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult.
He would immediately backpedal out of
us with the bloody murder.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for...
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big.
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the C-Wing. It's not good. Mac the Torso Torsen and...
They are damn iconic though. Torsen.
Yeah, not like us. Too clinically deep.
Ptolemy Price?
He's one of...
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory. They speak of change. The city. The tension on the streets. They speak...
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some church.
Shooting up churches never is.
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's...
Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershaw. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the district.
Thank you again, Lieutenant. Who
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on...
Fine.
She and her husband, they should know as soon...
Watch out, or she'll faint.
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. No. Good luck with your...
Damn it. Yes. That.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tronprod is market.
The great district hums in the slowly falling snow. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square... Torsen? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmair? Yes. Dubois? Yes. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are...
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back